live. I kind of wanted to make a loading stream thing that I could put up while I'm like warming up or something. And I realized that like I'm so close to beginning stream. What if I just show you that what I'm doing here? So real quick, I'll just hide these. We don't need them right now. Move some things around as well. So here we are. Now to animation. I should be able to get like the timeline out here. I've done this before. Your timeline. Here we go. Frame rate 8 frames per second is perfectly adequate for what I'm thinking. And the animation we need. Will you show me? Here we go. No. No. There we go. Alright, we have this, and then I wanted an animation layer, animation folder. Here. It's gonna be there, and then if I want a new animation folder, it's here, yeah. Excellent. And I want this exists here, and then about, what is this, 24 frames, yeah? I don't know if I want all 24 of those. I want it to be slightly faster than like a second passing, I think. Or is a second passing perfect? Well, anyways, I want like 3 frames essentially. So we're gonna just have 3 frames. Frame 1. Look at this. Excellent. Immaculate. Give me this one. Not that. Here. Now check this. Alright, I have to duplicate this layer. New layer. Duplicate this. Put it over here. Select. B. This one we move over here. Yeah. Which one are we looking at? Yeah, that one. It's supposed to be there. Good. And then we copy this one, and then we make a new layer. And then that one is placed exactly where we need it to be. And then we go, oh. There we go. And then if we play this, we have we have movement. We have stimulation. Oh, straight for your senses. Ain't that excellent? Now, all I need is to export this and then set it up properly with like a chat box or something. So what we need is to. Oh, this is bothersome. I need to like get it out as a. Or do I? I think I can just GIF this. No. Export. I should. There we go. File. Export animation. Don't think I need the APNG stuff. GIF. There we go. I shall name you. Loadstream.gif. And I need the. Oh, it's actually when I have this thing on. Because this is supposed to be the same type of window. I set the time lapse thing to be the same type of window. It's loading this window as well. I can see on the stream. That's funny. Didn't know it would do that. Oh, I need this to be. I do want this to be like full size. There we go. Oh, you can't even see that because of the new Spotify thing. Funny. Yada 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 yada. 3 seconds. Yada yada. That should be good. Okay. Good. with that, all right, that's adequate. It's a pretty large GIF, but let's see if we can make this work. Now I'm gonna studio mode, then we're gonna make a new scene, which basically should be a copy of this other scene. Okay, that one exists, and then what this needs to be is I'm gonna make it different. None of you can see what I'm doing right now. But you will witness the glory afterwards. Holy shit, he's so fast. You have no idea what I'm sitting here right now, and I thought before the stream started, I was like, do I have time to make this, right? And put it into OBS and make it work. The answer was no. But I did stream myself making it, even though it was very, very, very slight. The only issue is now I can't make OBS accept my GIF at the moment. I've done this before. Right now it's not a fan of me. And I don't like it not being a fan of me. So yeah. I mean, the thing is, I've already tested like GIFs in OBS, and it normally it worked last time just fine, and now it doesn't. And I'm like, okay. So that's wonderful. Anyway, I did queue up a bunch of music. I think I'll just start the music at the very least so we can have that. There we go. We are gonna proceed. Here we are. I have a whole music source thing now, so you can see exactly what we're listening to. Because I thought about it a bunch, and I was like, it's kind of scummy to not do that now. I think I wanted to look into like including it also into the like overlay and like making it sit in here properly. But I'm working on like, I mean, I have the rock thing that I whipped up like in like an hour or something. I'm working on making a more cohesive like overlay so it looks good. I'm gonna try and include that in there. Also look into like, because right now that's just Spotify cropped, right? um And I think there are nicer ways to display it and tools for that. I want to look into that as well. So let me see. I'm going to try this once more to see if I can make this work before we start. And then we can have the incredibly meta version of it over here while it's just loading. I do find it very funny that you can see, like, this over here. The exact process. Something is certainly happening. Alright, we'll try once more. Oh, maybe, actually, since I have this open like this, I can look at my test scene before. Okay, my only issue with the test scene I had before is I've removed all the sources in there, so I can't tell how they work anymore. Ain't that wonderful? Okay, let's try. Add. Can I get away with just saying this is an image? Oh, it's working when it's an image. Let's go. Okay. So, if we just say that, and then we put that down there. And then I, like, do a couple more little things here to get some, where's application capture again? Window capture. Add existing, that one. Oh, yeah. And then we go the actual one in here with the alerts. The chat box is a net source as well. Give me the chat box. The chat box is going to sit right down there. Maybe I didn't give it enough space. We'll see. It'll be fine. All right. Check this out. It's working. By sending a message, I need to see if this fits in here. Okay. Alright, I'm getting no message compliance. I'll just have to type in chat myself. I just realized I can do this. Test. Okay, sick. It's down there. It's really deep down there. Let's put this up a little bit. Excellent. Okay, great. We're so back. All right then. I was gonna sit there for a second. I'm just gonna do a few small little warm-ups, and then I'm gonna put an announcement that I am streaming on the bluest of skies, and then we're totally ready. Okay. Right, here we are. Let's get going. It's time. Anything set up and good to go. It's gonna start by scratching some things just to get into the mindset of it. It is one of those like funny things about like um, the whole notion of getting into the flow of a certain activity. I think it's really like illustrated itself to me through drawing because just getting over the initial barrier of starting, getting into the flow of okay, this is the mindset, this is the way things work, this is how I optimally make things actually look like something. Does a lot. Maybe a thing I should do is have a separate warm-up canvas just to have an isolated feel of like, hey, this is what this looks like, and then this doesn't clutter up the time lapse as much. I think that's probably a good idea. Because I don't mind streaming these, it's just like, this is way more chaos. And I don't really want to keep them on here as such, but I do want to keep them around. Alright, I'm good. Alright, I'm kind of beginning to want to merge all these layers, even though it's incredibly unwise. It's just something in me that really likes merging layers. It's really annoying to have them be separate, but it's also such a blessing. But you know what? I want to be stupid today. Bam. against a slightly better silhouette. And yeah, I'd really like this is a funny idea. Making like explicitly I don't know how to draw twin tails, I'll be real. There's so much about hair. Like I put down a shape and I'm like, this looks sick, and then I'm like, I don't know what to do with this shape. um because trying to make that shape actually feel like something that could be real after that is much more difficult. I do want these to be explicitly like thin, just because it matches up with the reference. There are some things about this where I'm making weird decisions that I don't know if are the best decisions for making a generic design, but are more like I want to try to absorb the design principles of the object in designing. That makes sense. I think learning to make those judgments will come with time. I need to make this whole design work before I refine, so let's just sit around and focus on the ideation. It's so easy to just be like, I want this area to work, but let's just find some good ideas and then move on. Make the whole thing more cohesive as I move. I keep wanting to flirt with this idea of making like some sort of chainmail-ish thing hang down here. Like to protect the front. I don't know how big a fan I am of it visually, but it just like makes sense to me that it would be there. But communicating that like it is what it is. It's like a very texturally demanding thing, and I don't think I can just wing it when I do. It just becomes lumpy. Let's just like make a thing here for now, then I'll turn to it if I still think it's a good idea later. Go rough. Every time I try this, I think it looks everything but good. Alright, let's keep that there for now. So here, this is here, here's the arm. Gotta get that right skirt. I don't know what's up with my notification sounds. I cannot, it's not playing when people are saying stuff now. What's up? Ah! Okay. But yeah, it's tough down here. Alright. I have no idea what to do for plating on the arm. Hilariously, like, I've been doing a little bit of studies on the armor, but it's just been, like, leg armoring and chest stuff. And I have no idea what to do about the arms. But I do have some references I might just pull up and look at in my folders here. I just want to test real quick. Sounds. I mean, the chat box is showing up properly, but it's not doing the corresponding sounds it should. Oh well. I will simply have to be constantly looking to my left. Thanks. I appreciate the ding. I can totally hear it. It's working earlier. So why isn't it working now? Like earlier in the stream. Oh well. Let's see about this. I think it really depends on how much plating I want everywhere else as well, I think. Because, like, I mean, obviously it would make sense to have plating down here and such for, like, practical purposes, but how plated do I actually want the sign to be? You know, because, like, the thing that annoys me is, like, in very archetypical fantasy design fashion, my mind is like, design wise, I think it's really nice to just be like, okay, like here's a boot, and then like this part right here is effectively just like open, and like here's a shoulder pad, and then this part is open. And then I think about my lessons in self defense where my teacher's like, hey, so if you want to cut somebody, hit them in here, in the inside, and they're gonna like be unable to move, and they're gonna bleed out. And I'm like, you probably want to protect that, no? Ah, but we're deciding here. I'm gonna say screw realism. We're already at that point. Nobody's gonna wear these like twin tails out there. So, and for that purpose, I think we're also gonna have shoulder pad, open arm, and then like pad down here. It's a bad vibe. I don't know how common hitting somebody on the inside of the thigh is in like an actual like sword fight. You know, when you have a big ass sword, are you gonna like wedge that in there? I don't know about that, but it's a difficult one. I think for now, the important thing is to remember that, like, what I'm trying to practice here isn't necessarily my sense of realism that can always come later. What I'm trying to practice is my design sensibilities for, like, how do I visually make something that I think looks appealing? And how do I draw things from these references to make it look appealing? Then I can include the worries about, does it make sense in practice later when I'm trying to actually do something that fits inside of a world? Yeah. Which for now is not what I'm doing. Trying to get that center plus thing in here some more. I just don't know if I want how much I want to represent it. Like, if I do present it here, then I probably don't want to represent it in, like, this knee pad section that I have on the right side. I think I'll just kind of, like, vaguely imply it down here. I have today supplied myself with a whole ass liter pot of tea, which is potentially problematic exclusively for the reason that one, I'm drinking it way too fast, and two, um, you should be jealous. It's great, and two, taking constant bladder explosion breaks might be an issue because I can feel it already, and I'm like, it should not be this immediate. It's like I have a trained instinct to just like immediately think I need to go piss when I am drinking tea, despite the fact that I basically don't need to and I can hold it in for way longer. It's really funny. I gotta agree with myself what the perspective of these feet are. Before I can really make decisions on this, because otherwise I'll just get confused. Now, the bane of my existence, feet. I keep thinking to myself, man, I have not studied these enough. I keep getting so confused every single time. I have to draw this. And like this is here. Still ends around there. Need the sole to be around the same level. And then we can begin working in this area, and then we can go back up here. I do like this swoop up thing that's going on. Even if it is slightly clown shoe-esque. Just gotta make it not too big. Mm. It reads, it looks slightly skewed, but it reads. It's one of those where I'm not sure if it's skewed enough that it's only me that's annoyed by this skewedness, or if it actually looks kind of natural because the foot does, you know, angle a little bit to change balance when your leg is out like that. Another one of those where I wish I'd studied them more to know the exact interactions. And I'm beginning to wonder also how to communicate that this is plate in like a convenient way. Like, where does it start and end? Could be making like tiny bolt indications could help on this kind of thing. There's a lot of really badly conceived shapes right here at the moment because I have not been taking this belt area seriously. Just been racing into it without thinking very much. Too elaborate for a belt buckle? Maybe. I'll think about that later. Alright, we've reached 15:00. It's been an hour of stream. Time for the first stretch break here, my thinks. Belts are for the style. There is nothing else. I just wonder how easily you walk around with that kind of belt buckle. I'm like, it's really long. Alright, let's get this time lapse out. Where's my mouse? There it is. Okay. Alright, it is where it should be. I just need to move. Well, you can see the stretch break on the side. It's okay. Alright, BRB. This time lapse getting awfully long in it. It's like really, really long. I wonder if I could speed it up somehow. And also tell that the music I queued up on Spotify is clearly not going to be extensive enough. I mean, the final thing I queued up was just like Olaf Midair Thief, so it's gonna be good anyways, but like it's only been like an hour and we're through so much of it. Let me see if I can say length. Yeah, okay. That certainly does something to it if you condense the whole thing into 60 seconds. Certainly a very different impression of long process. It's kind of funny that it's like the you can do all and it takes 7 minutes. They're close to 9 minutes. Or you can do 60 seconds. You can't scale it. Okay, fascinating. Anyways, back. It's time for some more. This belt buckle is suffering one fatal issue that I forgot to put it into perspective. Alright, that's better. And then here we have once more the thing there, and this just about works. I feel like there's something off about the chest perspective on this, but I don't think it's too major that I really want to care. I'll look at it later if it still bothers me. Gotta keep reminding myself not to get bogged down by the wrong part of the process. This here is obviously not long enough, though. Very cool. Let me just check something. I wonder if you can see that one. Yeah, likely ban evader restricted on this. Boop. I wonder if that popped up on stream or not, but I could see it. Ding! Now I hear the ding. I wonder if I can turn it up somehow. I have to think about my volume mixing. I think it might just be really, really quiet compared to the sound of Spotify. But if I turn down Spotify, I have to turn up Spotify on the stream to make that work. So that's wahoo. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna make this work. Spotify. Okay, this is. I want to test something. Can I, with my volume mixer? I need to hear if this like changes something for you on the other end. Okay, first of all, how do I open the volume mixer? Okay, there it is. Then how to open it on Windows 8. Okay, if I set this on Spotify lower, my volume mixer on my own PC is now lower. I need to know if Spotify is notably lower on stream. Can you hear the difference? Or is it picking up the same volume? Much lower. Okay, so it does make a difference. Ah, okay. So there's no quick fix. I'll probably just have to sit around, make audio balancing somehow, or find a way to like turn up um the notification sounds. So otherwise, like balancing Spotify is going to be like an issue. The only stable volume is obviously max volume. I can't put it somewhere stable otherwise. Okay, well. I'll have to look at that between streams. I really like Wayne's theme. It's so good. Okay, now insofar as armor goes, now we're gonna get. I think I'm just gonna like mirror the knee pads with the shoulder pads. And then whether or not it makes sense. Here's not me yet. I'm just gonna look at a few just to make sure it physically. Yeah, they tend to want to round themselves around the top. Okay, I get it. I do think I'm not exactly gonna mirror it. I'm gonna do a slightly different thing. Something like this. Two-pronged. Hmm. I have been looking at that like spiral design, but I haven't really been looking at like the actual intricacies of the spiral design that are being made. It is very much this kind of like soft go in, go out thing. Which I'm not representing very much. And that makes it being isolated up there feel a little bit strange. I don't know if... I think I'm gonna decide that in this case I have gone very explicitly into like the flame interpretation and I want it to be sort of spiky. And just take the spikes and the florals and then ignore that one for now. Because it's too late. I don't want to redo the whole thing. I have been thinking that, like, most likely a bunch of the stuff, a bunch of the games I potentially want to play on stream are just, like, the weird small indie titles I'm looking forward to that I'm probably going to play over some sort of short span of time anyway. So, whenever Hylix 3, I'm certainly playing that on here. That is in the works. Ah. I am having one of those like funny experiences with this where like this is the first design I'm trying to make based on like something else. And one of the first character designs where I'm like, let's sit down and actually just make it for character design's sake. Um and I can feel that in the intermittum of working on this, probably also because it's been a whole ass week and I've been thinking about the principles. Um I've gotten better. There's certain things where I'm like, yep, this just works now. I can think of this more easily. The thought processes that are required for this make more sense to me. Ways I can include these details. And I mean this, I'm trying to get that floral edge that's on the top into the design itself here. I can't really take the full whole of it, like with the like leaves and everything, because it's a little bit too aggressive to be like something that could be on a piece of armor, I think. But the sort of general shape idea, the contours and curves of it, I can much more just like put it in there without thinking too much about does it make sense. Oh, wrong color. There we go. I really do enjoy Clip Studio's ability to like turn any brush into an eraser. But I pressed the button so much on accident. And then I'm just like, why is nothing happening? It is also because it's right next to the button I actually have for the brush itself here, or the pen as it is. Man, I really, I really like this. I want to put it elsewhere as well. Kind of makes it feel like it's smoldering when I'm not like completely finishing the pattern, which is like an interesting effect. We're getting into Mon type design by now. Ugh. Bro, why is Chuck Salmon so good? How does he do it? It absolutely is that guitar tone is so good. It really is. Somewhere in the sauce, I lost the shape here. Let me just get that back in a way that doesn't look dumb. Be that as it will for now. It's okay. All of a sudden the shoulder pad is so detailed, but I really like it. But it's dissonant with the rest of the design. Ugh. I do want to finish this today, though, so I gotta not get too stuck up in making everything perfectly cohesive. I think my time is better spent thinking about other designs. But I don't like that. Remember the geometrical challenge of how does that fit on the other shoulder, because we have this, and then there's the space here, and that's the space that this rests on, and then on the other side there should be here. And you should be able to see it come on down, like, here-ish. Yeah? Something along those lines. I'll think about that moment I get over there. But now it is established. Okay, now I want to get to a part I've been thinking about for a while that I think is gonna be really fun, which is this, like, mess of vines down here. Which is very explicitly inspired by, like, the outside rim. I feel like this is I'm kind of scared of starting on it as well. I don't think it's gonna be easy to make this look pretty. Really like the idea. Ugh. It's absolutely sick nastiest mid-air thiefus. I don't think this is the mood right now. So hold on a second. Maybe we'll just start with here we are. Oh, well, that's not how I'm supposed to do it. There we go. Add to queue. I have a better one than just doing that if I find it. Hold on a second. Oh, whoops, wrong. Uh, uh, I'm making it work. There it is. Alright, that's on the queue. And then in addition to that, let's just add all that. There we go. That should be good for now. Alright, that seems about adequate. You know, I'm really good at not erasing the stream break. It just sits there. I keep thinking like, man, this time I'll remember. And then it's just there. And I'm like, oh, oops. Maybe I should make it like an OBS thing that I have to switch on and off. So I don't forget. Like actually put in like a little thing that's like super obvious. That might be better. I have to think about that. Oh, yeah. I think this is what I gotta do, like make them sprout from inside this like Sino Arcadiana. It's so good. Both want these to be like hanging and dangling, but also to be obvious that like they're alive in some way and not just like doing nothing. That does not read very clearly at all. I need to be very clear about what's going on here for it to like read well. And I think I need most of these fingers to not be covered in anything. And then make like very deliberate decisions about, okay, for example, these two middle fingers. They have something going on. And it has to be very clear that it is around them. Maybe just a bit lower. That knuckle. There we go. That's immediately much better. Can't have like random ass just lines going down there. I really need to be deliberate about what's going on in this area for it to read well. Also, that's the side of the hand with the funny bump, so I'm gonna put it there just because then it's very clear this is the hand. Yeah, that does help. I have a funny problem that like I have a noise suppression filter on this thing so you don't hear the constant whirring of the wind machines behind me. But it does mean that that noise suppression has some sort of advanced like listening to it. So me going chicka 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 quietly gets canceled out. I can tell on the feed. Can't quite hear that. Just because it makes it more clear. Oh wait, my bladder beckons. Hold up. Get this thing on 60 seconds. Okay, one can not blame me for being dehydrated while streaming at the very least. Gotta get those liquids. Ugh. Can't blame a guy for drinking. What a statement. Ugh. It is actually genuinely really fun to kind of boomer Facebook dog account. Yeah. I see it. I see it. uh, but it is I want to say it is genuinely really fun to look at this and look at the start and just look at how much things have shifted and changed from like here in the beginning to over here in the end. Like it's pretty cool, honestly. I am thinking once I am done trying to make this section work, I might take a little break and do some gaming. And then come back and do more drawing after that. If you want to play some Exceed Rat, we could absolutely go ahead with that one. Hey, yeah. Just gotta noodle some more down here, but I think in like a couple minutes we're going. All right, great. Okay. Exceed gaming? Yeah, perfect timing actually. Um, I think I'm just about done with the section down here now. I just want. I'm thinking one thing I could do real quick, just to make this like more cohesive, is put in a little extra bit on my the gaming setup. So I'm just gonna take a snip of this and save it. Yeah. I will be right there. I just need to fix this up. Okay, so alright, and then I go to gaming, I say add a It would be lovely if when adding stuff from other OBS scenes to an OBS scene, it would actually remember the formatting. But hey, just working with what you got. There's a whole bunch of stuff I haven't added to this. Hilariously, my chat box isn't even on this thing. But it shall be there soon. Right here we are. All that should be in there. Okay. What's up? I'm booting up. I sent you a message on Discord. Excellent. Alright, here we are. Hi, hello. It's time. Let me see. Let me see if I can't poop over there, and then we say this should all work phenomenally. Transition. Wow. Would you look at that? It's all in there. Let me check real quick on this. If I go to this scene and then say that one, and I reduce it slightly because it's a little bit big. There we go. And there. And there. And transition. There we go. It looks slightly better, I think. Okay. Everything is here. Everything is set up. I try saying something. I need to check if Discord is actually recording. It sure does seem like I can hear you, and that is excellent. Of course, now we have the funny issue that, like, yes, I can balance the stream audio and all that, but I can't balancing you in my ear with Spotify on stream is difficult. Yeah, it's tough. I'm gonna just like hopium that this like vague mixing that I'm doing now works, and then we'll see if it does in post. If not, I can always return to where settings were before. So, okay, but you made a lobby. Okay, excellent. We are so in here. I am getting my ass exceeding right now. You wouldn't believe it. What are you playing? Are you gonna play, what is it, Yumina again? Holy shit. Amazing. That sounds great. I'm gonna change the category real quick to tabletop sim. Uh, Done. Excellent. So, okay. Can I? Yeah, no, that doesn't work at all. I just realized I could use my like pen, but it works really poorly. Okay, let's get back on this. Amazing character. There she is. You know exactly who this is. That's her. Thanks. I mean, there's like, I looked at it one time where I was like, is this possible? I think the only real thing that's uh, like you can try to set up a third viewer and make them GM, and then you can have them look at everybody, but you kind of need like a third instance, and it doesn't. There's a tool that existed at the very least for it, but it doesn't work that well. I think it's the problem. Alright, heaven or hell? Your hell? We've only flipped heaven. We actually can't flip hell, bro. I'm all for. Go ahead. It's my move. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna start at this phenomenal junction. Actually, am I? Yeah, you know, actually, I want to try something. I also look a little bit more at the guide on the other thing. I kind of want to try some dumb shit. See if it helps me at all. I'm going to boost this thing with block. So I'm going to search my deck for a card that I can transform. And I'm going to search. Yes. Yeah, and I'm going to transform Color Spray. Okay, your move. Fascinating. I'm going to draw 2. Preparing. Okay. Nah. But actually, first of all, you have to place your card before I reveal any of that. Don't you shouldn't even have this information at this point in time. You should just so play your response to cross right now, or I'm going to be mad. Okay, yeah, but I don't have it. uh, yeah, but you don't get to know until you've placed your card down. But what I have is this, and I am going to Wild Swing. It's Waterlight, which loses to dive. Okay. Very cool. On my turn, I'm going to do an EX. Do you know what the EX is? It's EX Book. Yeah, you just do no damage to me. Well, you do 1, and then I do 5 to you, which means you're gonna take 3, and you're gonna discard a card because of this. Yeah. Okay, let's see. 6, yep, I got that. You take 2. Which goes against your armor, and then you take the full 5 afterwards, so you're taking 5 in total. Yeah, but you had 2 armor, and the 2 first one goes against the armor here. So you take 5. Yeah, which you marked 7 here, but you know. Yep. Yes. Very funny. I'm gonna take this turn to prepare. Uh-huh. Okay, very interesting. I'm going to boost Absinthian Arrow. Both of us draw 4, and then discard a card at random. Yes. I don't know the order in which this resolves, but, you know, I'm a fan of you resolving first, but it's kind of wacky. It's probably simultaneous. Yeah, but we can just say it's simultaneous. It is relevant because it's for what I reveal in my hand to match yours. Oh, yes. And then this leaves, and then I have a lot on my hand, and I need to discard a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Very cool. I don't need block. I do not need a wear light. Okay, that's it. Okay. I do too. It's plot hook. Very fascinating. I mean, that doesn't matter for this interaction, but the interesting thing about that is like, are you sure that that's how that's supposed to read? Because the way I read that, no, I've read it. I know exactly what you're talking about, but the way I read it, in my mind was like, this is a copy. I wouldn't necessarily be certain this is a copy, right? Because this explicitly says it's a copy, and I'm like, okay, that makes sense. But I'm not sure about this one. Maybe I get the reasoning, but I'm not sure it's correct unless like the guide says that, for example. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we'll we'll play with this. This works. This works. I'll agree with you that this works for now. It's just between now and next time. Let's find out. Okay. Cool. Cool. I'm going to boost Queen of Hearts again in order to search for Plot Hook and transform it from my deck. And I am doing this by using this cross. Then I draw a turn. Oh, right, yeah, that is true. I forgot. I mean, I'll do it anyways. Also, no, that did not work at all. Now the entire thing is a mess for me. I can't see anything. Look at the stream. I'll just flip them. There you go. Look at the stream. It wouldn't have been particularly hard for me to undo it manually, so like, and I mean, it's still here, so I have to do that anyways. Wild Swing. Grasp. Get over there. Also, you discard a card because of this one. It's 4. Nothing. Okay, very cool. My move on that case. That's very cool. I make you discard a card of your hand and reveal your hand. Yes. Let's get Cross out of there. I reveal Cross, you take 2. I can't delete this, who needs to promote me? Alright, have you taken 2 both from this and from the thing? Alright, good. So it becomes your turn, anyways. I transform this. Yeah, it's supposed to be. Excellent. I will. Let me look at my speeds. Yeah, I'm going to boost Queen of Hearts using Spike, searching my library for Plot Hook, and transforming it. There it is. There we go. And then I shuffle my library, draw a card, and it's your move. Fascinating. I'm going to discard a card to make you discard a card. And the thing I discard shall be Shimmer of Madness. So you discard a card at random. Excellent. Nothing. Fascinating. I will prep. Your move. Okay. Which puts it over here. Very cool. I am going to EX swing again. That's what it's supposed to be. EX cross. I make you discard a card, by the way, because it's EX. So, 1, 2, 3, and you... Yeah, so hit effects happen. So technically, if we do all that, then first I hit you, and hit effect is that happens. You have a grasp there. Excellent. Get that out of here. I don't match it, but I do retreat 3, and you should take 4, so you gotta resolve that. Excellent. Alright, your move. Yeah. I'm gonna boost using this sweep and draw a card. We prepare straight up. I will discard your sweep. Opponent discards a copy of that card, reveals a hand without any... Yeah, cool. Okay. That's cool. That is very neat. I too will manual reshuffle. Good move. From hand. That's insane. I wild swing. Let's block. Okay. Here you are. Mm-hmm. Okay. So 7 damage. I'm going to discard 1 super. To make that 1. And this goes to my cage. Okay. Very cool. I'll exchange cards for 3, drawing 4. Yep. Truly, it's just thing. I want to call this out. Let's see if it's true. Again? Okay. I mean, that still works for me. Yes. Okay. This is not going to deal enough damage to break. Here you go. Oh, whoops. It's because I accidentally copied this one as well, so it's squared up. Or will it be enough damage to break? Let's see. You are 2 plus... Yeah, it is 5 in total, so you don't break. Yep. Yep. Yeah, and then... Okay. Then I hit you back for 4. The opponent chooses 1. Discard 2 cards at random, or reveal your hand, discard one of your choice. Mhm. Okay, that's fine. No such luck. Very neat. I'm gonna strike from hand. It's absent an arrow, which resolves first. And you draw a card and discard two at random. I don't, but because you have one card in the hand, I deal 2 more damage, so you take 4 at the very least. Then I lose the game. GG's. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, sure. I need this. Yes. Actually, maybe I don't, actually, not being honest. Yeah, let's mull this entire thing. Excellent. We're swinging. Of course. I have a really good round starts. Like, there's so many things that can hit. That's cool with me. That's totally okay with me. You take 1. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna transform this. And then what else we got here? Actually, I want to check one timing. Yeah, I'll start just by prepping here. Your move. Wild. You know what I think about that? I'm gonna strike from hand. Cool. Very nice. You go 5. Yes. It's not here. Very cool. Discard a card. Just do it. You gotta do it. Yeah, I have a you know about my grasps. Take the 2. And then draw 1. Your move. Very cool. I'm gonna make you discard 1 more. I have a sweep. Take 2. Your move. That's pretty cool. In that case, oh yeah, absolutely. Second hand. What are you doing? Hollow spacing? Very cool. Yeah, I go first, and then you just move past me. Cool. Your move. Very cool. Discard a card. Sweep. I draw 1. That's so fun of you. I'm going to change cards for 2, drawing 3. Your move. Which right now is +1 damage. Pay the gauge cost. Very cool. Discard a card. Very cool. I have another focus. Take 2 damage. Your move. I have not hit you more than once, and yet, here we are. Oh, really? That's insane. Wild Swing. That's cool with me. That's 6. It is my turn. I strike from the end. That is very cool. I put you into the corner, and then you do 1 damage to me. Yes. I put you into the corner. I've done that. Okay. That was the one from hand. How dare you? Very cool. Your turn. That's so cool. I'm going to make you discard one. Your block? That's crazy. I don't have that. Yas. Okay. Yes. I see you like drawing. Incidentally, discard a card. That's 4. Don't got that. You move. I'm swinging from hand. Color spray. you do draw a card off of it, but I do deal like 6 damage and get like significant off of this. It's a very good trade for me. Yep. 6. Yes. And I... Let me just think. Do I transform this or no? I should check one thing. Let's transform it. Your move. Amazing. Yeah, I'm going to boost this using my water light from hand. Or wear light, as it is. I keep forgetting. Actually, no, I'll keep that in hand. I'm going to use this gauge here to boost this, and I'm going to search my library for the final transform, and you will get to search yours as well. Then I draw one. Yeah, cool. Okay, I will exchange cards for 2. Drawing 3. Your move. Alright. It's crazy. That's crazy. I'll use this cross to advance 3. Your move. Excellent. Quality plays. You can, at this junction, spend 1 force to move 1 forward or backwards. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll wild swing. Yeah, I knew it. It's not really surprising. Okay. Yes. And then you throw me which direction? Alright. Very cool. Yeah, seems good. Okay, it is an assault. Bop. Yes. Alright, very cool. I gain advantage. I'm going to swing again. Yeah, very reasonable. Honestly, I forgot both my grabs were down there. Yeah. Alright, what you got? I got him. Got him. I'm gonna manual reshuffle. Your move. Yes. Yeah, I'll change cards for 5. I don't know. Okay. No. No, not yet. I'm not done. I'm drawing 6, and then I'm gonna look at this stuff, and then you can begin doing things. Alright, go ahead. Hmm. A wild swing. I don't mind. Yep. GG's. Seems pretty good. That one. You still haven't used that transform. You should. Yeah, it's pretty good. If you build up you build up a lot of gauge with this character, so you should transform that one because despite it being 2 gauge, like you have that gauge. Yeah. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. So it's pretty good. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, also I this time intentionally didn't play grappler moment. Yeah. I was trying the other style of trying to play it slow and following explicitly the line of being like, hey, let me get these transforms out that I otherwise didn't, which meant I had less gauge, I had less threats of the big damage stuff. And when you're then playing the much higher damage stuff, it's much more threatening to me because your resource and like damage swings are much more potent. Which I think I find the line of like taxing you compelling. I don't know if I would go for it if I don't have I need to have specifically I'll just find it down here. This one in hand. I want to have this one in hand so I can boost it because then you were forced to swing into me and waste more of your resources. Because you being able to just sit there and prepare over and over makes me taxing you much less interesting. But if I have this in hand, then going for that line for a bit makes sense, and then switching gears fast into something else also makes sense. I don't think I'd want to dedicate to it. And like the transform that taxes people, like where is it? There's this transform, the one in color spray, is interesting, and I think it's like I get the resource idea of it because if you're doing a bunch of wild swings, then like okay that works out. But I think it doesn't make sense to transform this unless you're playing a game against a character who doesn't do very much damage per interaction, right? Because then it's not gonna pay itself back, and you'd rather have the gauge to be able to kill them. And especially like you were playing with really low reward previously, if you were still playing with really low reward and weren't using the bigger reward hits, um, this might still be feasible, but I don't think it is now, and I think I'd much rather have it engage. And I think in a lot of cases also, if I don't have this in hand, I am not gonna transform plot hook because then I can't force you to sit there and just take it if I don't have that. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. 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 Yeah, that was pretty good. I looked at that and I was like, that's a 7 speed incoming with that like text, and I can't do anything about it. So I just wild spawn. Um, but it is like I think the thing about it is that this, and I think the tool is really interesting, but it isn't gonna be like my primary game plan. It's something I wanna put in there, but I still think my general consensus is gonna be I want to pursue the other stuff that I have, and potentially not even transform this early game, right? Potentially put it to gauge early game, and then like if I can later and I find an opportunity to it, transform it from like my deck or from my hand in some way. Um, because I generally think I'd much rather have the gauge to have the big threats, but having this in the duration of game, where I can sit in a good comfortable position and you're not doing very good is very nice. But I need to, while I'm doing that, sit around and think about not my hand in terms of speeds, but curating it for um, what kind of stuff do I want to do to take initiative really soon. Because like one of the big deals with this one is that like I still draw one and I might discard one, but I discard one, I draw one, and then you discard one, and then like you're down one, and I'm still doing just fine as if I've been boosting, right? And I might be dealing damage to you. And that's a good way to tax you if I'm already in a convenient position for me. But if I'm not, it's kind of whack, and I'd rather be proactive because I lose the initiative very much when doing it, and that loss of initiative is something I value a lot. Yeah. 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 I think it is like much more potent than I gave it credit for when I initially started. But I think including it has to be a deliberate choice that isn't just like, haha, this is the game plan, but rather, this is an idea I can pull out for specific matchups, specific circumstances. When I feel confident, I can put my opponent on the back foot and keep them in an uncomfortable position. Otherwise, I don't think I would like use this or maybe even transform it because I really value having the threat 3 gauge like in here because not doing anything with my supers makes this character feel a lot worse. But I do like this one a lot, so I probably will keep the line in mind. But it's gonna be a much more like I tried to really go for it this time, specifically because I intentionally avoided it before because it didn't seem good to me. And my opinion has improved, but I still think my original value judgment of this is not a great game plan is correct because I don't think it's a great game plan. I think it's a tool you use in specific situations, and in those situations it can be really threatening. But you gotta keep in mind that your general game plan has to be something different. So Yeah, and which makes sense because I was trying to I was trying to just fucking do it no matter what. So misuse intended. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Also, one thing I have been thinking a lot about is Wearlight. Its card shape is fucking ass, bro. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, because like the thing about it is that, and I was thinking this is maybe alright as a part of a Wild Swing series. And it kind of can be, but the thing is, this is not a slow, it's a mid speed. Because if you look at the ranges where it hits, range 2, the on curve move beats it by moving out of range. Range 3, the on curve move beats it by moving into range 1. Range 4, the on curve move beats it by moving into range 1. You don't beat this. You can't use this as a slow against like the normals. At range 1, it's a call out against like specifically doing cross, but otherwise it still loses to shit. And if the opponent does a grasp, like who cares? Like this is not a great move. And the options on it are also not great because like the bottom one, super tangential, like the boost as circumstantial at best. It doesn't do anything unless you're at range 1. And the top effect is like also very up to the opponent. It doesn't do enough damage that it breaks aside from very specific circumstances. And if it isn't EX, it doesn't even beat Spike. Like it's a very problematic, weird mid speed in a lot of ways. And I feel like it's a little bit better as a Wild Swing line, but I'm just like, because the thing is it beats, quote unquote, are the slows, and it doesn't even trade favorably. Yeah, yeah. I don't get to just do that, and then like, hey, consider me this. Get into close range too. You know, I might just do it. Um, I would think it's the other way around, honestly. Bad. It's not good. Yeah. Which is also amazing. But I mean, the thing about this one is it's pretty consistently, at least I'm doing 40 you, and I uncurate your hand and I beat all fasts you can have, right? So the only thing at those ranges that for you really beats these things is doing Dark Thoughts, right? And Dark Thoughts doesn't necessarily beat Plot Hook in the correct positions either, right? Um, and like I genuinely. But the thing about Hollow Space, right? And that's the reason why I feel like it's kind of a misjudgment to want to be at these ranges, at least from my perspective and my experience, is that at range 3, range 4, I can play on curve, beat Hollow Space for free at this range. If I'm going first, I still beat Hollow Space for free with Plot Hook. Plot Hook is gonna live through a lot of shit, and if you're not like getting into the proper spacing with the 3, I mean these two, Hollow Space specifically is good against like if you go first and then you Hollow Space from here, then you can go over there. That's cool and all. This is still gonna beat it, and this reaches all the way back there, right? And that one thing that like Absinthian Arrow, I think, is way better than you give it credit for necessarily. Just because like I can control the pace really well, and the resource swing is very large. Um, and one thing I do want to. Yeah, yeah. I think also there's a big difference to be made here for the fact that I did not look at what you showed me. I legitimately didn't. I wasn't thinking about it. I was thinking about how to run this game plan here. So that's not great data for that. Uh, the thing about it is that like I think this one is good. And if you're at the right ranges, it's excellent. The big thing that like strikes me is range 2 you're weak. But saying you don't want to be at range 2 for sure. But saying you don't want to be at range 1 seems so strange to me. Because yeah, but this is beaten by your fasts. Shimmer of Madness is also beaten by your fasts, which you have like you have 6 different cards in your deck that beat both of these range 1. Yeah, but that's when you get to the low. Like the thing about this is either it's a big call out, or like it's really good, and I need to very explicitly make sure I curate your hand to be small to do that when you're intentionally going for a big hand. And the only like the thing is, I legitimately don't think this is a great move unless I use it as a call out because it loses to a million bajillion different things. Um, and it's only when you get to the low hand size that you don't want to be at range 1 because of this. In which case, you don't even want to be at range 3, and then you want to go to range 4. And range 4, I think I'm significantly favored. Um, right? So it's like it's a weird thing because yeah, this is threatening. It's very threatening. But the thing is, it's only truly threatening as a tool when you have a large hand size and it isn't stun immune. Because when it's stun immune, it's just a sweep. It's just a sweep. It does nothing. It's a sweep. Like, what do you want? It's. Are you scared of sweep in here? Like, a sweep is not that scary. It's the whole trading down thing again. Like, this is good when I can make you discard or when I have this transform. It's conditional, and it's the thing again with like, I think if you wanna think about this card as scary, you gotta think about it very much in context because it is not universally scary. And I very often genuinely feel playing against your character, I can't stand in range 1 unless I have really good threats. And that means I need to have Gauge open to be doing my super, and I need to be pretty sure that you've discarded your fasts because you are very likely to have an EX Grasp or an EX like Dark Thoughts, both of which will beat my fasts. And the fact that you can have 2 of those in your hand that I need to curate so you don't makes it really hard for me to stand there. And most of my experience standing there is when I go for big reward, and I don't know if you've noticed this, but I've tried to go for big reward at range 1 a lot, and you just like stop me by being like, Lamau, here's a fast. And I'm like, okay, my bad. I don't get much of that. And like when we had the interaction where you threw me and this went off, like, okay, three damage swing in my favor, but that was it, and you drew a card. Like, is that scary? Yeah. That's it's not. So I really genuinely think that range 1 is very favorable for you in this matchup. So, but yeah, I think range 1 is your best range here. Range 2 is your absolute worst. Range 3 and 4 are like situationally either way, but I think my character is better at controlling them, even if you have good tools in them. Yeah. 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 Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I see that. I wouldn't do it. Well, I'll be real. Like there's a very palpable like advantage to showing your opponent what you're capable of doing. And I mean really. Hmm? Yeah. Yeah, 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 for sure. Yeah. I mean one thing, yeah, it's good. It's good. Front side's pretty good. I do want to note as well, just talking about range one, now that we had hollow space again. All of my most potent threats, range one, are beat by hollow space. It's just like it's really good. Which is another reason why I'm like, when you said that, I'm like, what do you mean? Like every time I've hit you with something stupid at range one, I first had to goad that thing out of you like 3 times before I can hit. Like it sucks. Yeah. Yeah, it's really annoying to deal with you range one because you're really safe and you can just like build up your hand or your game plan or whatever, just kind of chilling and being like, whatever, bro. I can sit here range one and choose fasts, and I'm just like, okay, I guess I have to grasp you, and then I grasp you and you fucking evade it, or I do my big thing and you evade it, and I'm like, okay, my bad, right? Like it's not great. The other super that I have, this one, which I otherwise want to threaten, I only want to threaten when you're low on cards. If you're sitting with a massive hand size at range 1, like, who cares? This is the thing that Hollow Space loses to, that you would be conceivably scared of, but you can just not give a fuck if you have a big hand, which you're constantly trying to get. Like, it sucks sitting at range 1 for me. Uh, I don't really think I'm that interested in her kit is the biggest thing. I can try her. But my cat's all fucked up. I don't know what's what anymore. I need to redo my hand. I'm gonna piss, but I'm down to do like one more not set but game. Um I might try her next time, but it is like the way she seems to me is like she seems more efficient than what my initial read was. But I still don't know if I'm a very big fan of what I see her doing because I mean as much as I like how it reads, I'm a much bigger fan of presenting stuff that's good, just generically. Uh, Kissing, we keep going. But I'll think about. I might try her next time just to see what she's like. But yeah. All right, BRB. I return. Hello, hello. Also, I just thought one thing. We're speaking of reward at range 1, eh? You remember how this boost down here is like surprisingly good? So yeah, that's first of all, that boost is your big reward on range 1. Where's the other one? Yeah, this is also big reward on range 1. It doesn't look like it, but it's one of those ones where it's like, hey, if you do 6 damage to a guy range 1, you're still trading favorably with sweep. So no. I mean, it is a little bit more specific, but it is like it is a way to like if you're in favor, then you can do it. If you have a boost, you can do it. If you have an EX, you can do it. If you have any it like yeah. 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 Right, cool. Do you want to play something else? I'm gonna try once more. I have no idea what Leo does. I already got that. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah. He's a Stains character, and then he reverts. You know, despite playing stuff from my own PC, Spotify still stops because I'm speaking on Discord. Yeah, I know. It is rude. How could they? I am gonna put the Guilty Gear soundtrack on right now. Is this all the stuff? It looks like it. Alright, here we are. It started with Anju. Adequate monkey moment. Okay. Heaven or hell. Hell. It's crazy. I'm full mulligan on this. Or am I? Do I play the bad line? Nah. Uh, uh, Yeah, I'll mulligan 4, and I'm gonna try to make this. Alright, not the greatest, but it's seriously hand. Okay, my turn. I am immediately going to change cards for 3 to give myself 4 more cards. Alright, your move. What kind of shapes you even got him? What are you doing at range? Javier Tabirda. Okay. Now you don't have anything that actually like. Okay, you do have Destroyer who hit at range 4. That's the one you go in there with. It's a great question. You're swinging! Me too. Yeah, okay. And you dive does beat this because it is enough. Very cool. My turn. You know what I'm about to do on my turn? Yeah. And then if you pass a turn without striking, you go the other way. Which means right now you have +1 power and +1 speed. I'm gonna yeah, it seems interesting. I'm going to respond with this is a really bad idea, but it's really funny. So I'm not gonna do it. Here's a boost sweep. Yep. All right, let's see if this works. It'd be really funny if it did. Let's go! I win. So this is you have a 3-speed sweep and I have a 5-speed color spray for 7 damage, which forces you to discard down to 2. Yes, damage. So you discard down to 2 and then we see if it'll take even more damage. Alright, so what we got? Yeah, 1, 2. It actually is 1, 2, and 3. That's crazy. Wouldn't you know it? I got a 1. Take those extra 2. So this is a grand. It's 9 damage. 9 damage. Yes. Excellent. We're so back. Alright. No, yeah, it is. Hey, you can't prep. Also, discard a card. Don't got that. When you end a turn without striking, I'm interested if this counts for now or not. But I would assume not, because otherwise I can just not strike and then you can't do it. I think you have to end your turn. It would be very wacky otherwise, because it'd be really hard to stay in stance. Alright, cool. I'm gonna respond. That's hilarious. You actually managed. I was like, there's no way. Okay, but that's cool. So you beat that. This goes over here. I take the 3. Do you? Okay. Yes. Yes, it does. I'm gonna boost sweep. Your move. Yes. I too will prepare. I will swing from hand. Alright, I get in. I get advantage. You spend however much you want. Alright, very cool. My turn again. I want you to discard a card. I got that! I'm gonna wild swing. Got his ass. Got his ass. That's 3. I'm gonna put you 2 forward. Yes, it does. And I'm gonna prepare on my turn. Yeah, I know. I am cool. Okay. Plot hook. Invalid. Oh, well, it's not. You can choose to use this if you want, but it does nothing. Which whiffs, and I hit my thing. And I will transform this. Yes, it is my turn. Discard your 1 card. It's your dust? Damn, if only I'd kept this one, but that's fine. And I draw 1? Your move. Excellent. I love that for you. Now, for all intents and purposes, likelihood is increasing of the one thing that's going to beat my option. Or is it? Yeah. I mean, have you not used any of your grasps? I mean, there's just several things on your wild swing that's gonna work either way. Like, if you swing into a Blitzschlag, for example, if you read that one, you just, like, I just get owned. Um, um... Oh, wild swing. Focus. Okay. And I'm gonna draw a card. Oh, it doesn't go there. Excellent. I'll swing. Understandable. I still hit you. And you don't have stun immunity, so... You just take 2 and I transform this. Bye-bye. Yes. You wild swing at this range? That's cool with me. It's focus. Yes. And clean up, things change. So, and then yeah, which means that you're gonna take the 4 reduced by your 1. And then I draw a card. Yes. Also, because you have 2 cards left, you take 2 more. I'm gonna strike from hand. Yes. It's a grasp, but it does its job. I'm gonna throw you over here, and you take 5 damage. You're 1 health. Yep, your move. Understandable. I'll swing. Yep. It's probably a prayer type moment. I hit. Woohoo! No dodging allowed. You go backwards into the wall and die. Look at all this cage I didn't use. The funny thing is that like the card I needed to like effectively beat you having low cards of a super was the Cheshire Cat one, and I had both of those in grave. Oh, that was fast. Do you want to do one more? Excellent. Of course. I feel way more confident playing this when like you aren't just chilling and putting drawing. Alright, so and you go first? Yes. Okay. I am all 4. Really, I will start my first turn by boosting Queen of Hearts. With this dive. So I'm gonna search my library. Yes. That will put Plot Hook transformed onto the field. And these both get discarded. And I draw 1. Your move. Okay, I will swing. Absinthe and Arrow beats you. Uh-huh. You draw a card and take 2. I have a sweep. Yes. Thanks, appreciate it. Yeah, I have to follow my own advice instead of being dumb. Alright, I draw 2. Your move. Okay, I swing from hand. Excellent. I will take that. Two pitch like in your hand instead of in the deck. Too bad. You mold wrong then, because then it can't be back in your hand. You reshuffle after you draw. So, well, okay, yeah. If you drew it later, then yeah, it can be in your hand. Yeah, that's impressive. All right, let me just look at this. 4, 6. Let's get this Gravier out of here. And I reveal a sweep again. 4. Yeah. I discard this. And I transform the card. Your move. You know that card. It's crazy. Excellent. We're gonna play so fast. Excellent. That makes sense. I'll boost the sweep. What? Okay. Cross. I'm out. Yeah, and then all that gets discarded. I'm going to change cards 4th. Or am I? Am I? I am going to change cards for 3. I keep wanting to flip them. I don't know why. It feels so natural to me. Alright, your move. Understandable. I will, move forward 1. I will EX swing. Got him! Bam! Take 5. It is my advantage. I will strike from hand. It's grasp. Yeah. I put you over there, and you take the 3. And this goes to Gage. Yes. One card in hand. Okay. It's my turn. I'll prepare. Me too. Not both of us whiff. Awesome. Love me some interactions. Discard a card. I got that. Good move. Okay. I'll exchange cards for 4, drawing 5. Your move. I'll just last mine. We trade evenly. Yeah. Okay, that's a 0. No, none of that. And you draw a card because of this one. Only next seed. Okay. Alright, get the block out of here. No. I didn't. Here we go. Very clever. Good. I do the thing. If you had played something like chill, and you had kept the hand, you would have potentially died instantly. Yep. I need to look at those. Don't just put them in there. 0, 3, 4. I have a dive. You take 2 additional. So you're gonna take 3 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2. So that is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then you can do what you want with your block. Also, you draw before all this resolves. While it discards, you draw immediately afterwards. So you take the 2 from this one, which goes against your block, right? Or the 2 from my discard thing, which goes against your block. And then there's 6 more damage you can deal with what you have. Excellent. I have 3 gauge again. Your move. I will manual reshuffle. Your move. I will wild swing. Sweep. Which means both of us take 6. Maybe. Yeah, I can't. Oh, yeah. Actually, yes. I don't have a 1. I don't have a 1, so you stay alive with 1 health. Because of this one comes after. Yep. Yeah. You get a Shimmer of Madness. You're welcome. I think I've taken the damage. Yeah. Yes. Let's go. Okay. That was your move? Or was it my move? I think it was your move, yes? Yeah, cool. Very cool. I consider dealing non-lethal damage. I can deal more non-lethal. Wow. That's crazy. I'm going to change cards for 5. No, actually 6. Drawing 7. Yeah, it's supposed to be. He's gonna swing from hand. That's great. Going for fucking speed. That's crazy. Let's see if he actually did the right thing. There's one correct move here, I think. I'm catting you. Yes. you had to just go out. Yep. That's true. That's unfortunate. You kept just like whiffing against each other and like nothing was happening. Yeah, Leo does seem, he seems scary, but I do think you gotta like have momentum. And like despite the fact that he's a wild swing enthusiast, the fact that you are a wild swing enthusiast, um, and you're not trying to actively put stuff in your hand does mean I deal a lot of damage to you. So yeah, maybe. What the heck? Multiplies this by speed bonuses. That makes sense, I'll be honest. This is fascinating move. Yeah. And I mean, pretty likely also one thing that you will inevitably get much more favor out of if you begin doing it is doing strive cancels, right? All the strive characters, in my impression, build meter a lot, and they can use it really efficiently because of the cancels. And if you're not making use of them, you're not building the aggressive advantage you need to win. Yep. Stun immunity. Yeah. It's pretty funny. I'm wild swinging. It's aesthetic win. But like yeah, this thing really good because it curates Eisenstrom. Cancel Eisenstrom into cancel this one, stun immunity, draw 2, right? Like do this in sequence for 2 gauge and 2 whatever. You have a lot of stuff in hand, because you've just drawn 4, and you can place any one of those at the top and then wild swing with stun immunity. Like there's good stuff to do with this character if you use his cancels. You do this one first, and then you do this one. So, and then you can have a million cards in hand and not, you know, and not lose them because you attacked. Yep. So it's I think it's a thing again of like use the boosts and then like if you're I think you might want to think about your stance flip more as a if I can get this, I can run more potent momentum, and until I'm there, I need to invest in getting really good hits and trying to hedge my bets on getting there, right? Because you can probably hit some breakpoints with this character that like other characters don't get as easily because of the 2 like 5 power moves. 3. Um, and then go kill people. I don't know if you have a break guard thing in here, any sort of grab. Yeah. Like I feel like legitimately given this guy's stat line, yes, it's really good to do the exceed stuff if you can. I think he just killed you. I think that's what his game plan is to kill you and then kill you more. Yeah. No. Yep. Hell yeah. Or whatever. Okay. Yeah. I'm giving a hell yeah for whatever you're doing next. Get out of here. Thank you. Bye bye. Alright, we're back to Clip Studio. I will just real quick grab myself additional snacks. And then we will BRB. We're back. I'm stocked up on every conceivable thing I could need. Also, I need to rebalance the audio on this thing. I don't know what the Spotify audio sounds like now, so I'll just there and then turn it back down to there. And that should be the norm that we have had before, so all should be well. Okay. It's time for the lonely stream grind. Just me here. Okay. Alright. Let's get back to it. I am thinking on this that, like, in the future, I probably want to, like, actually reduce the time lapse to, like, reduce the canvas size and, like, fill the whole canvas size, because having this time lapse thing be the whole thing is really convenient because I can, like, put it to the side, for example. Or, if I'm doing something else or taking a break, I can just have, like, I can just export the time lapse, put it to the side, be like, this is what we're working on. And as much as I like big canvases myself, I don't think I'm as big a fan of having them on stream. If I know I'm gonna be working on a singular thing, I should just be like, yeah, I will, and then I should just enlarge it to fit size, yeah. So that is a thought I had, and a thought I will probably act on in the future. Besides that, yeah, many things. Let's finish this design. And also, I need to put back the correct reference. So, real quick. What happens if I do that? There we go. Put that back into, oh no. There we go. And I wonder how all that looked on stream. I'll have to figure that out later. No, I'm not pulling that. I want to pull. There we go. Thank you, OBS. All right. And remembering this time. Be gone. Excellent. Fantastical. New tea. All right, there's a lot of things I actually really like with this design. So let's think about how I take those and like really make them into something cool here. And you know, in the interest of doing what I was saying I was gonna do anyways, this guy right here, I will just say into the whoops. You really can tell when I hide this that this pose is not that interesting. It's not that good. Oh well. Alright, we're back at it. Give me my image reference thing keys. Not that one. Need the other one. Alright, here we are. Okay, let's get going. As much as I would wish that, like, I think if I had the capacity to make it, like, painterly down here, I would put, like, small details on this with, like, different color contrasts. But because I don't have that capacity in, like, black and white, I'm gonna leave this down here mostly the way it is, because the amount of detail I can put down here without having an extra color, the extra capacity of color to hold information, can very easily become too overwhelming. I don't want it to be that. And I think it's fine the way it is. I just really like these decorative designs here. I think I'll lean more into that kind of decorative idea in the future as well when I'm designing this kind of thing. This magic device. Ah, see the full character? Oh, absolutely. Also, welcome in. I'm working on this right now. As you can see, inspired by the little thing up top. Thank you. Thank you. This is kind of my first attempt at doing this. Thanks for the follow. um I've been learning while doing here. It's just like from saying, "Hey, let me do this thing over here in the side." Um, I've done a bunch of like off the cuff character sketching before, but a lot of the time when I sit to do this, yeah, it hasn't been great. I have an old, very old Insta. I don't really post on. The places I post at the moment are like Blue Sky and Tumblr, which are linked on the page. Uh, so I think it's still in my link tree somewhere, but I don't know if I'll be posting there. It's one of those funny things where like there's so many sites by now where I'm like, okay, they're so fervent on their use of AI that I'm like, and Insta's one of those where it's like, I don't know if I want to put my stuff here. Doesn't make me feel quite comfortable, though I could be nightshading it, admittedly. Stupid request. What is it? It's not too stupid. Let's see what it is. Then the music. Okay, okay, okay. I can lower it. I was messing around with it earlier because I had to change it so it fit with other volumes. This work better? All right, excellent. It's tough to balance because earlier I was playing with a friend and I had the mic. I had to set up um like I had the audio set up correctly for just me speaking, but then I had to align it with also he's in there and I have to turn down other things and I have to hear it right, and it's like turns out it's really troublesome to coordinate audio for both me and other people on recording hearing it. So yeah, thanks for pointing it out. I do very much appreciate that. Uh, I wish. No, I'm not. I mean, I'm still largely learning this stuff. I'm not making any money off of it at the moment. Uh, so I mean, part of me streaming is like making sure I draw more and also putting myself out there because right now it's not like I have anywhere near the audience to be doing this professionally, and I am also not in the industry as such. So yeah, I don't know if I'd actually want to do like industry art. Um, yeah, like it seems really tough to get into, and I don't know if like if I got into industry art and it wasn't like people commissioning specifically me for the stuff I do, um, if I'd enjoy it anywhere near as much. Yeah. So uh, you somebody who is trying to look into getting into the industry. I see you have arts in your name. It says something about your interests at least. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Freelancer work seems so scary. Like, really? It's like you just, unless you have really good savings, it's like, oh boy, what do I do if I run out of customers? Yeah, it's a thing. I mean, I do hear like a lot of people saying that you really like as an artist in the industry, if you want to keep your passion, you genuinely need to like make your own projects because if you are just following the industry stuff and getting really invested in those projects, then like I mean, for one, they're not your own, so you can't make them the thing you like. And second of all, if you do, they might end up getting canceled and be nothing at all. And then a lot of the stuff you invested time in just gets voided. I am thinking about the connection here with this hairband because I want these to like be twin tails, and I just need to think about how they're connected in a way that makes sense for this sort of design here. Because of course, like this sort of like bangle thing. I forgot what it's called. I think it's a scrunchie. It's my first instinct, but I don't know if it fits that well with what I'm trying to do. But about my art, I mean, I do a lot of this drawing stuff. I have been mostly for the longest time, I just like drew on paper with ballpoint, incredibly hyper messy. Um, like you can still see remnants of a lot of how I sketch here. Like it goes wild and I just erase a bunch. Um, I mean, right now, of course, it's a design based on the lantern there on the top right. So, trying to make that work. And I think I'm, like, gonna finish today. The question is, like, I need to fix this hammer, I need to fix these twin tails in the left arm, and then probably refine it a little bit more. Because I just resized this. But yeah, I do mostly character art, I think. But I've been trying to expand because it gets tiring to do the same thing over and over. I appreciate that. That is one thing I really like try to put emphasis on is like flow. Um and I mean I look at this pose and I'm like this pose is not good. Just because I mean a lot of the detail up here works. If you look at this pose, because this is the pose. This is hella stiff. So I'm really trying to like compensate for it with all of this like stuff that goes around like flows because I think having that energy matters so much to like making things appealing for me. It's also part of why I draw as messy as I do is to get that energy in there. This clip studio wrong color. Okay, here we are. Yeah, I do genuinely think this pose is like I am compensating really hard for the bad fundamental pose with like frills all over the place. I am actually just I am doing the thing with like what is there's an idiom that's like you know you can't polishing poop or something, but the polish is real good. I want to think about this thing. What do I actually want here? How do these clasp? Hmm. Yeah, I mean it is fun, and I very much appreciate the conversation. Like it's a really good vibe. Yeah. I mean, if I could, I do genuinely enjoy the level of like I can just chat with people who come in because they want to chat. I think that's nice, and having that kind of, I mean, have it'd be nice if there were more people, but I do enjoy the relatively like open to discussion type of energy as well. It's really nice. So I mean, the biggest struggle right now is like if one of my buddies isn't in here that like I know otherwise, a lot of the time it's just me sitting here for hours on my own, and I'm just like, yep, still fun, but it is more fun when there's somebody to chat with. Yeah, it's exhausting for sure. Yeah, it's way more tiring than doing it alone. I do genuinely feel after streaming a little bit, um, it's becoming way less tiring to me. So yeah. If you're not used to it, I have the unique fortunate thing about me that like I like the feeling of hearing of like I like the physical feeling of talking, so I spend a lot of time saying the thoughts I have when I'm drawing anyways out loud. So I'm totally cool with just like turning on the microphone and doing this. Uh doesn't mean it's not more tiring. It's absolutely more tiring. Um but I feel like I've gotten way more used to it than when I started. Yes, I did. I mean, I've had breaks. I think about an hour of that is a break. And then 2 hours of that was me playing a game with a friend. So it's not as intense as it looks, but you know. But I mean, for sure, like when I started, the first streams I did were like I legitimately was just like I streamed for 1 hour. I was like, I want to fucking deflate and die. Like, you want to animate something? Oh boy, I don't know if I am an excellent idea machine. My ideas are weird and obscure most of the time. What do you normally actually create as an artist? You're like more of an animator. What kind of stuff do you animate? Oh yeah, I don't actually know what Art Fight is about. I see people posting about Art Fight, and I'm like, I don't know what that is, and then I move on with my day. I haven't actually paid attention to what it's supposed to be. Okay, so environment art. Yeah, okay, I see it. Yeah, I get that. I mean, when I think really fun animation, of course, some of the stuff I think are like the really absurd impact frames. Those are always really really fun. Uh, but if it's a subject you need, then it's like, okay, what else is a fascinating thing? Yeah, fire animation. I was thinking actually, if you want an idea from me, somebody just like we're on the same wavelength. What I was legitimately thinking, just looking at my screen, I was like, okay, we have a lantern or something, right? Somebody throws like a lantern or a bomb at a door. You have that throwing the swing, all that, and then like something flammable, and then like an explosion, and it burns, right? Could be somebody trying to open a door in a dungeon. Could be a bunch of other things. Depends on what you want. If you want to make like a little character story about it, you could have somebody that's like sets a bomb on a door and then runs away frantically and it explodes, right? Depends on what you're interested in. So yeah, you got some ideas there. Yeah, I mean it. that for real, that is also something I found myself struggling with. Like, and I realized recently, I was like, I do not spend enough time just making something where I'm like, this is a thing and it's final and here it is. I did so many weird like tangential study this, study that. Having something that you're working on is like trying to finish. It's really nice, and it teaches you so much. After two shot, I get it. Animation also seems like something that takes so much time if you're not like doing a very very simple style. And even then, like if you want it to look cool, it's I admire the dedication. I did like a I looked into yeah, I looked into Clip Studio's animation capacity because I wanted to see. I've been thinking about what I put on like my overlay and like how I frame the stream, and I'm still developing what I do beyond that. But I was thinking about I did like a little finger tapping animation of like 3 frames and like making that look good and making it feel right and all that shit. Despite the fact that I had one thing moving, took me like over an hour, and I was like, okay, great, awesome. It seems like a lot if you actually want to do anything that's in any way complicated. Need to begin defining what's going on up here better. I think at the neck right now it's just a mess of Frantic lines. I'm down to give it a gander. I mean, I'm curious about what people make in general. I just don't want to spend too much time being like, let me look at everything else. That makes sense. But I'm curious. Oh, that'd be nice. That works out. It's really funny when people stop by and they like show something and I look at the link and I'm like, I don't know what this URL is. Do I trust it? I have to like Google it. This line has absolutely nothing to do here, but I really like how it looks. It defines nothing. I don't know what this would be. I just like it. I sort of move it. Alright, be gone. I can't have you doing that to me. I think if it had to be in there if it was anything. Alright. Hmm. I really like here on the... I want it to go further down. I'm gonna think about how I handle the hair situation. Yes. Okay, let's look at that. What we got. Oh, I like this little guy. uh, this is... I really like this small little dude just jumping by on this animation. This is perfect like sandbag example, right? That animation principle where they like make you animate a sandbag and give it character. This guy has no characteristics, like the little blue guy in your animation, but it has so much character, and I really like it. Yeah, I assumed there was a minion, despite the like the minuscule amount of detail on it. But it's really nice, it's very cute. I like that one. Oh, also I didn't notice the lines above the clouds that they're hanging from. That's very fun. It's like a little theater thing. I like that. That's very charming. And then presumably that took like an age to make because it's animation. Um, yeah, it is. That is how it goes. I mean, for being just a little animation, that's like still a significant amount of work. I think generally speaking, it's pretty solid to just aim for that like sort of length of stuff until you're like have the time and the comfort to just make something longer, right? And then the more you do it, the faster it's gonna go, right? I've spent so long on this character design, but I feel so confident. Next time I do it, it's gonna be way faster because I have so many better thoughts on this. The thing on the arm, um, what like this, this thing, or this thing? Um, I mean this down here, this stuff on the arm, um, I think is like my thought off the bat was that like oh I need to did I have made a massive circle around something while explaining and forgot to erase it. How could this happen? Anyways, um, ah, I'll just get this out of here, then I'll explain. Hold on. There we go. Okay, unless that was what you were talking about. Um, yeah, no, that was an accident. More than it was anything else. I think I was talking about this. I have this habit of like when I'm trying to like think about what I'm doing, I'll like circle or point arrows and all that. And I think in normally I remember to remove them. I think when I'm streaming, I might be thinking about too many things at once and I forget on accident. That is the first time it's happened though. So fortunately, I remember another time. But yeah, no, that accidents. Oops. Um, I want like this to go further down, to be honest, and to be like more fluffy in a weird way. I think this bond here is too far up. Also, it's not really dimensional at all. This is like a 2D object. I should make that rounder. Let's get that out of there. The shape I want up here, I think it's got to be down there, and then I want this to kind of hang out fringes. Perhaps with like, there's something like this curling up, which I don't know if I truly love the look of, or if I want to. I gotta define what the shoulders are as well and think about that. It's like reasonably, the shoulder is decently high up there. This is weird. What is this? What is that? Alright, but I think like here and then the shoulder I've generally drawn around that bowl, which would mean the... What is happening? Hold on. That's what happens when you try to do your anatomy below another sketch, without disabling it. That was a little bit better. That shoulder was way too far out, for no conceivable reason. Oh yeah, like for sure. Flipping the canvas is such a good tool. Um, so much of the time. I should sometimes I forget. It's a good reminder. Look better. It does, of course, like disalign it with what I've otherwise been doing. Yeah, she's pulling her shoulder back. Fortunately for me, I have not detailed much else than what is going on here. Okay, let's see if I can get this in here without ruining too much. I gotta transform the right layer. Now, so I'm gonna have this here. Okay, I think that does look a lot better. Well, that's weird. It's one of those things where because this up here was so messy, I didn't really notice that like it wasn't proper, but it was so much more obvious the second I tried to detail the shoulder. See, mistakes? Is that small mistakes or is that something else? I actually don't know. So many. Ah, yeah. Yeah. With the flipping the canvas is greatly powerful and really scary. I almost habitually do this like once every like 5 minutes or so. Because I have previously been drawing on like a canvas for like an hour, 2 hours, and I flip it once and I'm like, oh no, it's awful. It happens so easily. Such a blessing. Poor traditional artists of being unable to flip the canvas have to walk to the mirror. Uh, I think honestly, if I got really into traditional art, I'd have like a mirror on my desk I can just like point my canvas towards and be like, I gotta check. That'd be terrible otherwise. Though I do also think if I did get into traditional art, my process would probably lead to very different results. Because I love chaos way too much, and the only way it kind of like reins itself in is with digital right now that like I can just erase and do over my chaos once I have it. Um, I feel like traditionally you have to be so much more deliberate. So that's there, and then the shoulder should be around here-ish. No? Which means that this is relatively correctly placed. Yeah, now I don't feel as anywhere near as much need to like raise this area up because now it looks much better because I made the anatomy align. It's one of those, that's something I keep noticing happening. Is like I I often find myself identifying something where I'm like, this is a problem. I have a problem with this area. But the problem isn't what I think it is until like I examine all the way through like does this physically make sense, yada yada. Because previously, I looked at the shoulder, I was like, I don't like that I have not covered it with hair anymore. But that was because the anatomy was bad, not because I wanted to cover it with hair. Oh yeah, this is what we do. This is the exact kind of thing we need to have. I'm the time exile. It is, in some ways, a blessing that I am no longer playing as much Guilty Gear just for the fact that I can listen to the soundtrack and rock to it way harder because I don't hear it all the time. Because it is really good. Yeah, I think I should erase this for now. I need to make these just like spades shaped at first and I'll decorate them later. I think I'm gonna accept that as the form this takes. Geometry. My worst enemy. Okay. That's the popcorn song. I'm so close to skipping this one. I am skipping this one. There we go. Oh, okay. Much better. Okay, okay. Ah, you leaving for today? Okay, okay, okay. Sounds good. Thank you for stopping by. My notification sounds are still ass. So I didn't even hear you said anything. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. It's really nice. Oh, yeah, yeah. Hope you have a very nice rest of your day. So much more satisfying working with a huge canvas because I love little details as much as I love big broad chaos. I also really like the little detailed stuff. Not something I used to believe I would super enjoy doing, but the more time I spend doing art, the more I love doing these little tiny things. Actually, I was thinking about the stream layout for a second. Hmm. Like, do I pop out the navigator intentionally? Put it somewhere? Oh, if I do that, it's gonna... it gets caught by... I see, I see. But I am considering intentionally, like, moving the reference to somewhere else. Moving it down here. Because then people can always look at the navigator and see, like, what's actually going on with the canvas. I think that's pretty good for being able to understand what's going on. You can't see my tools that way. It's a shame, but I'd rather you can see most of the canvas. Excellent. Superior stream setup. Now people are just gonna have OCD about the placement of the thing in comparison to the bars on the side. I have to think about how I set up everything. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. I really do want to make a bunch of improvements to the streamline. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're nearly at 6 hours. I think I'm going to take another break. Real quick. This needs to be way bigger. Which of course means time lapse. Export time lapse. All right, be right back. Alright, we're back. First time experience streaming this long. Can conclude it is also a problem that I don't hold my posture so good. It has been a long time since I've sat at my desk for so long that I have felt it in my back. So I might. Also, I just realized it's really late. Streaming for a long time. Surprise, takes a long time. I think there's like an hour or two left of me drawing in this. I don't know if it's wise for me to try and meet that out today as much as I want to. I really want to keep going. I really want to keep going, but I don't think it's wise. And I have some stuff I need to do before the end of the day, so I might just be ending it for the time being. Oh boy, but this has been a very productive stream. Yeah, no, I think the real thing is I'm gonna end stream here. I'm gonna save the canvas, end stream. Go touch grass for a second. And then come back plausibly tomorrow because I'm feeling hyped to just keep going on this. This is really fun. I'm enjoying myself immensely on doing this. So cool. All right. Everybody who is not here right now, thank you for joining the stream. I appreciate it very much.